nation, striving to please you. Help them to stand for right and leave the consequences to you. Lord, give them a sense of partnership with you in seeking your best for all phases of our national life. We pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Will you please join in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. President.
The Senator from Iowa.
There has been a lot of finger wagging across the aisle by both Senate and House Democrats about accepting election results. Most of that has been related to whether or not Trump would concede the results of the election to Biden. But obviously there's somewhat of a double standard, because these same Democrats are mum about a looming challenge to the certified results of the election of Iowa's 2nd congressional district. Representative-elect Miller Meeks won by 6 votes, and that was after careful recounts conducted and certified on a bipartisan basis according to Iowa law. On election night, the Democratic candidate lost. A few days later, 2 counties were recounted, and the Democratic candidate still lost. Then the Democratic candidate asked for a recount of all 24 counties. And after that recount, the Democratic candidate lost. A day later, the Secretary of State of Iowa certified the election, just like the Secretaries of States of our 50 states certified their election in the presidential election. Now the Democrat opponent chose not to make a case under Iowa law to a judicial panel headed by the Chief Justice of Iowa, presumably because there was no legal case. Now what happens? The next step is that candidate under a 1969 federal law can ask the House of Representatives to set aside Iowa's election law and overturn Iowa's certified election results through a purely political process, which could presumably have a Democrat majority of 202 or 222 in the U.S. House overturn the votes of 400,000 Iowans. Now, getting back to what seems to be a double standard, if Democrat leaders do not nip this in the bud now, they have no room to point fingers at any other member of Congress. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
our bipartisan discussions are continuing to make significant headway toward another relief package for the American people. Democratic leaders, Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, and I have been working around the clock for several days now. The talks remain productive. In fact, I'm even more optimistic now that I was last night that a bipartisan bicameral framework for a major rescue package is very close at hand. Well, let's face it though, Mr. President, it doesn't help struggling Americans keep their jobs or endure unemployment or pay their rent or get vaccines any faster to keep hearing that we're having good discussions. What families across the country deserve, what they have needed and deserved for months now, is an outcome. Another targeted relief package to get more assistance into the hands as fast as possible. Struggling small businesses owners have already waited too long for a targeted second round of PPP. Laid off workers have already waited too long to have expiring programs extended. Kids, teachers, and families have already waited too long for funding to help schools reopen safely. We've already waited too long to fully fund vaccine distribution, so our scientists' historic sprint towards a safe and effective vaccine is followed up by an equally important logistical effort. This has been an unbelievably hard year for our country. We've seen normal daily life grind to a halt and take a record-setting economy right down with it. And even as we've watched doctors, nurses, and researchers make life-saving history, we've lost more than 300,000 Americans entirely too soon. Like I've said, the Senate will be right here until an agreement is passed, whenever that may be. We'll just continue voting. There are some more well-qualified nominees for important posts that we can confirm in the meantime. So let's finish our business for the American people. Now, on a completely different matter, Mr. President, I jump at any opportunity to praise my incredible staff. I'm just sorry that one natural occasion is when great people head toward the exits. Phil Maxson of Lexington, Kentucky, has mastered one of the toughest jobs on Capitol Hill. As Chief of Staff for my personal office, he oversees the operation that delivers for Kentucky families and Kentucky priorities. Here's what that role means in our tight-knit organization. It's like being the player coach on an old baseball team, who's also a utility player at the same time. Phil wears about 10 hats each day, orchestrating a seamless operation. He's mastered policy, political strategy, messaging, constituent services. He's budgeted and managed the office itself. And Phil is also a liaison and colleague to my leadership office here in the Capitol. He's the linkage between the two sides of my operation, the single person most responsible for helping me harmonize home state priorities with my national duties and keep the Commonwealth at the center of all I do. It's a tall order. It takes the best of the best, someone who's so capable that every important issue will involve them, but so humble that situations never become about them. Enter Phil Maxson, a kind, cheerful, and unbelievably competent servant leader whom I'm convinced nobody on this planet dislikes. Phil climbed the Capitol Hill ladder the old-fashioned way. He joined my team as an intern a decade ago. Actually, I think Phil may have snuck a late application into a last-minute opening. If I'm right about that, then his good fortune was ours as well. He's done every job: legislative correspondent, legislative assistant, legislative director, and then the top spot. As one of his old bosses reminded me recently, every time a gap in the office appeared, Phil was the natural choice to fill it. It's not like he elbowed his way up. It's that circumstances and our needs kept pulling him up. He's that good. For the past decade, Phil has walked into every meeting, every markup, every normal day at the office, and every grueling, far-flung codel with total preparation, complete professionalism, and the score of the latest UK game. Another former supervisor of his put it this way: I don't think I ever asked Phil a single question he didn't already know the answer to or didn't find the answer within about 10 minutes. That's high praise when your portfolio ranges from U.S.-Burma relations to the bill grants that improve our roads and everything in between. It helps that Phil is a Kentucky thoroughbred through and through. The man really is dyed in the bluegrass. As a young man in Lexington, he found part-time work giving tours at Henry Clay's Ashland estate. He also graduated from Henry Clay High School. You could say the Senate was a natural destination. Here, he met UK coach Calipari, President Netanyahu, and families from Kentucky's smallest towns. And they all got exactly the same intention, enthusiasm, and warmth from Phil Maxson. He clicks with everyone. He's as affable as he is intelligent. In a town full of big egos and sharp elbows, he stands out because he doesn't try to stand out. For the better part of a decade, virtually every significant win we've notched for our Commonwealth has had Phil at its nucleus. But if you drop by the staff meeting the day after, what you'd hear is Phil explaining why everyone else deserves more credit than he does. Why it really all came down to my leadership or his peers' efforts or the hard work of the junior folks beneath him. In other words, everyone else but him. You'd have to go to everyone else to learn that Phil was the human glue that in fact held it all together. It'd take me all day to list every win Phil helped quarterback for our home state. A state-of-the-art chemical weapons destruction facility in Madison County, the transfer of the Rochester Dam to local ownership, a new wildlife refuge in Henderson County, environmental cleanup and health benefits for nuclear workers in Paducah, the planned construction of a new VA hospital in Louisville, freedom to fish, and the raising of Lake Cumberland, and many, many more. But alas, Mr. President, his dedication to Kentucky is so all-encompassing that he and his wife, Sarah Beth, have decided they don't want to raise their young family anywhere else. So Bee and Phil on Capitol Hill, as friends have called them, plus their two boys, Barbara and Theodore, are homeward bound. I made the same decision myself as a young man, trading in the life of a Senate staffer for a move back home. So I can't exactly fault his decision. Phil needs to spend fewer breakfasts and dinners with me and more of his own burgeoning clan. I get it, but I'm sure sorry to see him go. Phil is the kind of Senate all-star who deserves a full-dress curtain call. He deserves toast and a dinner and a big farewell party. I regret that in these bizarre pandemic times, a floor speech will have to suffice, at least for right now. So Phil, thank you for your years of dedication to the state we both love. We'll miss your brain, we'll miss your heart. You're leaving behind one heck of a fan club all throughout the United States Senate. We wish you all the best in the chapters ahead. I suggest they have the quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Mr. President,
Senator from Oklahoma.
I ask that the quorum call in progress now be vitiated.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Fernando L. Aena Rocha of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, I want to make an observation here because I've been serving for quite some time in the United States Senate, and a lot of things that are said on the Senate floor are not really all that significant, and yet the members who are delivering messages believe they are, or they wouldn't be doing it. So that's what this is all about. This is a deliberative body, and some things are maybe not all that significant. What I am about to say is significant. So I would like to have the attention of anyone who wants to know that in the midst of all the problems that we're facing now, some good things are happening. I want to mention something that is significant that I don't think you've thought of. I say to the presiding officer that is that tomorrow is the 153rd day of the year. That's very significant. That is December 19th. People have not stopped to realize the significant things that have happened on December 19th throughout our history and the history of the world, going all the way back to December the 19th of the year 1154. That was when Henry II became King of England. We haven't really thought about the fact that what that does mean to us today, but we will before long. In 1843, December 19th, Charles Dickens wrote The Christmas Carol. Now that's the most watched, listened to, and sung event every Christmas, and it has been for all that time. In 1932, December 19th, the British Broadcasting Corporation, that's a BBC, we're all familiar with that, but that's when it started, 1993, December 19th, it began transmitting overseas, and that was the beginning of a whole new world of knowledge and understanding. In 1950, December 19th, NATO named General Dwight D. Eisenhower as Supreme Commander of the Western European Defense Forces. Then in 1972, December 19th, Apollo 17, the last of the Apollo moon landings, returned to Earth. Then in 1984, December 19th, I remember this well because I was there when this happened. I was in Hong Kong when this happened. That was when China signed an accord returning Hong Kong to the Chinese sovereignty. A lot of people thought it was a good idea at the time to accept the people from Hong Kong. I was there, and look what has happened now after all these years. I would have to say that created a hysteria that has continued to this day. Then in 1998, December 19th, United States President Bill Clinton was impeached. I was there for that one too. That was December 19th, 1998. But the event that is more significant by a landslide is what happened on December 19th of 1959. December 19th, 1959, my wife Kay and I got married. And that makes tomorrow our 61st wedding anniversary. Just look at all the beauty that has followed us, 20 kids and grandkids, all of that in a 61-year period of time. What I want to say is the beautiful life that we are still having together. And Kay, I love you more now than I did 61 years ago. And I say to the Senate leadership that you better get this last vote done by tonight, or you'll have to do it without me, because I'm going to be with Kay on our anniversary on Saturday, and the 61st wedding anniversary. And to everyone else out there, as you celebrate the birth of Christ at Christmas time, I'm going to say to you, Merry Christmas and God bless you. and I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The Assistant Minority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask the quorum call be suspended.
We're not in a quorum call.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry I didn't come to the floor quickly enough to wish my friend Jim Inhofe and his wife the best. He is one of the real contributors in the United States Senate, has been for years. He's a special individual. He decided to take an interest in the continent of Africa. I don't know that there's another senator who knows as much about that continent as he does. He's been there so many times. His stories, many of them relate to countries which few people have heard of. He's made a special point to understand that continent, the people on it, in addition to his responsibilities serving the state of Oklahoma, and of course now as chairman of the Armed Services Committee, his responsibility for funding the Department of Defense. He and our Democratic colleague, Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island, have done a remarkable bipartisan job on that defense appropriation authorization, let me add. And I sincerely hope that the president will sign that bill. His objections to it have nothing to do with the military or the defense of our country. They relate to issues which are thorny political issues, but shouldn't slow down our authorization of these critical programs. And this authorization bill comes at an exceptional time. We have been learning over the last few weeks about a massive cybersecurity breach of our government, probably by the Russians. It has all the earmarks and fingerprints of a Vladimir Putin project, an ongoing effort by Russia to undermine the United States, to compromise our national security, and to create chaos whenever possible. We learned of it 4 years ago in the 2016 election when every intelligence agency of our government agreed that the Russians were meddling in our election and doing their best to subvert the will of the American people. We made strong statements in opposition to it, and we took action. Some of it has been publicly reported, and some of it has been disclosed to members of Congress in a classified setting. We were successful in thwarting their efforts in the 2018 election, and I want to salute all of those who were responsible for that effort. And in 2020, I believe the same can be said. We'll know more as we sift through the evidence. But this latest disclosure is really troubling. We believe that beginning in March of this year, that the Russians started compromising our cybersecurity network in many different ways. Every day, there's a new disclosure of another agency that reports that they have somehow wheedled their way into this important critical information. How much they know, what they've gained, how much they've compromised us, we don't know yet. It certainly is unnerving, and it deserves a very thorough investigation as to how we failed. You see, the United States was not taking anything for granted. We were literally spending billions of dollars for the safety of these security systems. And we knew that included in those systems was information which is essential for the protection of the United States. To think that that has been compromised at the hands of one of our implacable foes is certainly unnerving. I believe that we should initiate a thorough and complete investigation. Let the chips fall where they may. Establish where we have failed from a technology viewpoint, and if any individuals are responsible, that they be held accountable. At the same time, I have to say that I join the presiding officer in commenting on one particular aspect of this that I just can't understand. The White House has been virtually silent as all of these facts have unfolded by the day. I cannot understand that, why the Commander-in-Chief of the United States of America has not spoken out forcefully against the Russians for their involvement in this cybersecurity breach, why he has not likened this to a virtual invasion of the United States when it comes to our own national security. I believe that we should have been firm from the beginning and honest with the American people as well about the nature of this threat. But instead, this president has been silent. I recall not that long ago, a few months ago, we found evidence that the Russians were offering bounties on the heads of American soldiers in Afghanistan. Outrageous and unthinkable, and yet the White House was silent, refused to respond to what I know, because I've seen it, was credible evidence that this was linked directly to Moscow and the operatives of the Russian government. The attempted assassination of Navalny, the dissident in Russia, has been well documented, and yet again, our White House, our president, are silent. I don't understand it. I'm hopeful that the new president, Joe Biden, when he takes office January 20th, will make it a priority to establish a new understanding and relationship with Vladimir Putin. The United States cannot be a victim of Putin over and over again without speaking out and more. I'm counting on Joe Biden to do that. I believe he will. He's a realist. I know he wants peace in the world, and I do too. But we also must defend this country. And the men and women in uniform who risk their lives every single day should be our highest priority. I'm heartened by Joe Biden's closing that he's using in all of his public speeches now. He, of course, says it more artfully than I will, but he calls on God to bless America, but also God to keep our troops safe. I'm sure it has special meaning to him, since the death of his son, Beau, is a reminder of the sacrifices that not only the men and women in uniform, but their families make for us every single day. I hope that continues to be the watchword of his administration. Mr. President, there's not much activity on the floor of the Senate today. I hope there will be before the end of the day. The leaders in the Senate and House, Democrat and Republican, as well as the White House, with Treasury Secretary Mnuchin, are fast at work, we're told, establishing a COVID-19 relief bill. I was part of an effort, which the presiding officer also shared, in a volunteer activity that involved about 3 weeks of endless telephone conferences and Zoom calls. Staff supported us all the way, or we couldn't have done it. But it started off with 8 of us eating dinner one night and deciding to come together as a group to see if we could break the logjam. You see, the whole notion of COVID-19 relief was dead in the water. For some reason, no action, no activity. We remembered back in March when Congress, and particularly I remember the Senate, by a vote of 96-0, passed on a bipartisan basis the largest relief bill in the history of the United States, over $3 trillion in the CARES Act, which was for addressing and fighting the pandemic as its first priority, but secondly, trying to rescue our foundering economy. Thank goodness we did that, and we came together. And we hoped that it would be a short-lived requirement, but it turned out to be much longer. Many of us anticipated by the middle of this year, that things would have come under control, but we know sadly that's not the case. And so there's been a call ever since to step back into this theater of confrontation with this pandemic and the weakening economy. But for some reason, and I won't point fingers, we've been unable to reach any bipartisan agreement. Well, 8 of us, willful senators, 4 Democrats and 4 Republicans, set out to try and get the conversation started and see what we could agree on. It was a great experience, even though there were parts of it where we could not agree, and there was a lot of frustration. There was also a lot that was constructive and encouraging. At the end of the day, we produced 2 documents. One of these documents was a $748 billion consensus document, which spelled out the things that we thought were essential as part of any COVID relief package, extending unemployment benefits for 16 weeks, including about 160,000 people in my state who claim the pandemic unemployment assistance, and 248,000 pandemic emergency unemployment compensation. Millions of Americans, 12 million Americans would have lost their unemployment compensation on the day after Christmas. Imagine that. We also, in this bill, provided assistance for small businesses, including a second round of Paycheck Protection Program loans for the hardest hit businesses, extended the eviction moratorium through January 31st, 2021, providing emergency rental assistance to help families stay in their homes, provided funding for hospitals and clinics for testing and to quickly and fairly distribute vaccines, including $500 million to Illinois for testing and vaccine distribution and $1.5 billion for Illinois hospitals and healthcare providers. We provided $82 billion nationwide for education, $54 billion for K through 12, $20 billion for higher ed. We extended the federal student loan forbearance from its current expiration date of January 31st, 2021 through April 30th, 2021. We provided $10 billion nationwide in much needed support to the struggling child care sector. We addressed hunger by increasing SNAP benefits for nearly 2 million individuals in my state and millions more across the United States, and by providing funding for food banks and senior nutrition programs, serving more than 1.5 million people in Illinois. We provided billions for transit, including hundreds of millions of dollars for Illinois transit agencies and help for Amtrak as well. Provided billions for airports, including millions of dollars for Illinois airports and airline relief as well. Provided more than $1 billion in funding for Amtrak to prevent further furloughs. Provided millions in payroll support to protect jobs of thousands of Illinois airline workers, and provided funding to help struggling Illinois bus companies to keep their workers on the job. That's not the end of the list by any means. Part of the money that we put in here was for the logistics of the vaccinations, which are now going to take place across the United States. We provided some. I think the negotiators are adding to the amount, and I applaud them for that. What we left out of this, I think, was significant too. We did not provide any direct assistance to state and local governments. This morning I got on the telephone with a group that has been kind enough to volunteer for many years to consider the applications of individuals in Illinois who want to attend our service academies. Some of these people have been doing this for 20 years. I really respect them and thank them for doing it. I try to take myself out of that consideration so no one can ever claim political consideration was taken in any way. One of the persons who did become part of the meeting this morning was Skip Lee. Skip's the mayor of Sterling, Illinois. And he said to me, "Senator, do you provide any help in COVID relief for towns like Sterling, Illinois?" And I said, "Skip, there'll be some help, I think, but it won't be the kind of help that I wanted. I do believe we should help state and local governments." Now, I have been reminded by the presiding officer and others that every state is not the same. Every locality is not the same. Some have suffered real losses in revenue directly related to COVID-19, and some have prospered. It just depends on your circumstances. In my circumstance, the state of Illinois has paid a heavy price as a state, and the localities as well. We do not include the direct relief for state and local governments, which I'd hoped would be part of this agreement. I hope we can return to that issue soon, very quickly after the first of the year, and perhaps with the new president, and find a way to provide this relief. The alternative is awful. I know what's going to happen to a lot of the local budgets. Police officers are going to be furloughed, firefighters, teachers, healthcare workers. Just at a moment in time when we need them the most, many of these communities will be unable to continue providing those very fundamental services to keep us safe. So I hope we can get back to that as quickly as possible. Finally, Mr. President, let me say that we're all anxious to fund this government. At midnight tonight, the continuing resolution, which we passed several months ago, expires. It would be a real tragedy if we saw this government come to a close for any reason, at any time. And certainly at this moment, when our economy is so tenuous and our worries are so large over the health care of our nation, we shouldn't allow this to occur. I pray that the negotiators will be able to spend good time today and report to us soon that they have reached an agreement. It is time for us to get our work done, and like Senator Inhofe is going home to his 61st anniversary, many of us are anxious to return to our homes and families. We won't have the expansive Christmas this year that we have had in the past. Won't be reuniting with children and grandchildren who really make the holiday. But we're looking at the long run, and the long run is we want to be around for next Christmas, when instead of one tree, we're going to have two to make up for this year. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
We're not in a quorum call. Oh, we are in a quorum call. Without objection.
Mr. President, in a few moments, I'm going to ask unanimous consent for the Senate to pass S. 2800, which is the Bipartisan NASA Authorization Act. Before doing so, I want to make some brief remarks about how important this legislation is to American leadership in space and to our continued space exploration efforts. Well over a year ago, I joined with Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Cantwell, and Aviation and Space Subcommittee Ranking Member Sinema, and we began writing the NASA Authorization Act, using as a foundation the bipartisan bill that I had previously authored with Senators Cornyn, Rubio, Markey, and then Senator Bill Nelson from last Congress as our starting point. We solicited input from hundreds of stakeholders, from individuals and academics to industry partners and even our international allies. Hundreds of pages of suggestions, proposed edits, and comments were submitted. And over many months, our staffs worked diligently through each and every submission, trying to incorporate the feedback to the greatest extent possible. And what resulted is this bill, which was marked up last year and unanimously reported. What we have achieved together is legislation that enjoys deep and broad bipartisan support, and that sets bold goals for NASA and the United States in space. It provides the direction and the infrastructure necessary to meet them. I'm very proud of the work that we've done together and of this legislation that we've assembled. And I want to express particular thanks to Senator Wicker, Cantwell, and Sinema, and to their staffs for their hard work. Our bill strengthens the United States' leadership in space, ensuring that we remain the default space exploration partner of the world. It extends the life of the International Space Station through to 2030, and it challenges us to be the international leader for lunar and Mars exploration and to reach new horizons. It's not just human exploration, though, Mr. President. By working in a collegial and good faith manner, we were able to craft a product that strengthens all of NASA's core missions, something which benefits not just states with strong NASA equities, but every American. It is amazing what strong, unified leadership can do. To bring the members of this body together working to pass vitally important legislation that advances science and technology and national security and the interest of our nation. So, Mr. President, I want to say again how grateful I am to my colleagues who worked on this bill with me, and to state just how proud I am that the Senate is speaking with one unified voice in passing this legislation. This is following a tradition that we have seen the past 8 years I've served in this body, where on the question of space, we have seen over and over and over again strong bipartisan cooperation. Even at a time when partisan division pulls us apart in so many other areas, on the question of America leading the world in space, the United States Senate speaks with one voice. We have a real opportunity here to boldly shape the nation's space exploration efforts, to inspire new generations of little boys and little girls gazing up at the stars and wondering what's out there, and to make the United States a true spacefaring nation. While this bill is not going to pass the House of Representatives during the remainder of this Congress, I look forward to the beginning of the next Congress, where we can use this unanimously approved legislation as the starting point to move quickly to pass a comprehensive NASA Authorization Act across the finish line and get it signed into law. Therefore, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 525, S. 2800.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 525 S 2800, a bill to authorize programs of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee-reported substitute be withdrawn, the Cruz substitute amendment at the desk be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
The senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I am here on behalf of the millions of working people in this country who are out of time, who are out of luck, and who are just about out of hope. I'm here on behalf of the millions of working people who have borne the worst of this pandemic, the people who got sent home back in March and April and May when other businesses got to stay open, when companies like Amazon and Facebook were making billions of dollars. These are the workers who lost their jobs, the workers who lost their pay, the workers who said, too bad for you. These are the people who right now are missing shifts at work to try to care for kids who are distance learning because of COVID, who are trying to care for a relative who may be sick. These are the people who are always asked to make it work, who are always asked to hold it together. And you know what, Mr. President? They do. These are proud people, the working people of our nation. These are strong people. These are the people who have rallied to this nation's defense in every hour of need, in every moment of danger, who have sent their sons and daughters to go fight our wars, who have given their time and their talents and their treasure at every opportunity for this nation. And now, Mr. President, they're in need. They're the backbone of this nation, and now they are in crisis. I'm talking about the 8 million Americans who have fallen into poverty since this summer. 12 million families, working families, who are now behind on their rent. The 35% of working families in America who've had to go ask for food assistance in the last couple of months because of this pandemic. Those are the people I'm talking about. I'm talking about people like Susan, who's a single mother, working mother from my state. Northeast Missouri is where she lives. She wrote to me the other day that she's trying to homeschool her kids who are home because of COVID. Of course, she doesn't have internet because she's in a rural part of the state, so she doesn't have broadband. She's trying to feed her family. She's trying to stay up with her job, but she's got to miss shifts at work because she's got kids at home whom she's trying to homeschool and supervise. Now she's fallen behind on her rent. She told me, and these are her words, I'm not asking for a handout. I'm just asking for a chance to get back on my feet. You know, earlier this week, a friend of mine was down in southeast Missouri, the boot heel of Missouri, a town called Charleston, helping distribute food to families in need. He said that there were 30 church groups, 30, who lined up to come get food for their congregations, and over 60 families, this is a small town, Mr. President, over 60 families who stood in line. And as they were loading food into the trunks of people's cars, many of them were crying. What these people ask for, what these Americans ask for, is not for government to solve all their problems. It's not for government to give them a handout. It's a chance to get back on their feet, a chance to provide for themselves, a chance to recover when they have been asked, again, to sacrifice so much. And that is why the least this body can do is to provide direct relief to every working American who needs it. What we did back in March, that every senator voted for, $1,200 for every working individual, $2,400 for working couples, $500 for kids and dependents. It's the least that we can do. It should be the first thing that we can do. And as these negotiations drag on and on, fixated and focused and hung up on who knows what issues, let's start with this. Let's send a message to working families that they're first, not last, that they are the most important consideration, not some afterthought. Let's send that message today. Surely we can agree that the working people of this country deserve relief. And if we're going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on bailing out this, that, and the other, surely we could start with reasonable, modest relief to the working people in need in this nation. What I'm proposing is what every senator has supported already. This year, what I'm proposing is modest compared to the scope of the need. What I'm proposing will give working folks in my state and across this country a shot here before Christmas at getting back up on their feet, getting back to work, and getting back in a position to be able to provide for themselves. These folks who are the backbone of this nation. And so, Mr. President, I'm here today to ask that this body take up and pass this relief measure, $1,200 for individuals, $2,400 for couples, $500 for kids. And as if in legislative session, I now ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of my bill at the desk. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Wisconsin.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, first of all, I want to say to my colleague from Missouri that I certainly share, I think every senator in this chamber shares his concern for people who are hurting because of this COVID pandemic. Businesses have closed, people are on unemployment, people are in need through no fault of their own. This was an act of God, and that's one of the reasons why I certainly supported the CARES Act. That was over $2 trillion. In total, this body has passed well over $3 trillion, 15 to 16% of last year's GDP in terms of financial relief. My comments here are really not directed specifically at the senator from Missouri's proposal, because he makes many good points. We do have working men and women. We have households that, again, through no fault of their own, are struggling, and we need to provide financial support. I think my comments are, in some respect, more general from a standpoint of how we've done that. And as I've explained to my colleagues in conference, by and large, the initial relief packages here were a shotgun approach. Now, we had to move fast. We had to do something big. We had to make sure that markets wouldn't seize, that financial relief could be sent to people very quickly. And so we passed over $3 trillion in financial relief. I knew it would be far from perfect. It was far from perfect. But now we've had a lot more time. And anything we consider for this additional package that we're considering now, that's being debated, that's being discussed, that's being negotiated, ought to be far more targeted. One of the reasons we are currently $27.4 trillion in debt, which is about 128% of last year's GDP. If we do this bipartisan deal, another $1 trillion, we'll be $28.4 trillion in debt in the next 3 or 4 months. That's 132% of GDP. When I came to the Senate, we were a little over $14 trillion. Our GDP was over $15 trillion. We're actually below 100% of GDP. Now, I know I'm using a lot of numbers right now, and I'm going to use more because that's part of the problem. And one of the reasons we are $27.4 trillion in debt is we only speak about need, we only talk in terms of compassion. We all have compassion. We all want to fulfill those needs. We just don't talk in numbers very often. We don't analyze the data. We don't take a look at what we did in the past and see, did it work or didn't it work? What was spent well? What was wasted? So I didn't have enough time to do charts. It'd be a little bit easier. So let me go through some numbers, and I'll go through slowly so people can understand at least my perspective of why I am so concerned about our nation's debt, the fact that we are mortgaging our children's future. And I think we need to be very careful about mortgaging it further when we aren't doing it in a targeted fashion. So again, before the COVID recession hit, in December 2019, we hit a record number of people employed in this country. 158.8 million people were employed. That was a record. Our economy was humming because of President Trump's administration put forward a reasonable level of regulation and a competitive tax system. That brought back entrepreneurial spirit. That supercharged our economy. We were at 3.5% unemployment. When I took econ, 5% was considered full employment. We were at 3.5% unemployment. Then COVID hit. And by April, we'd gone from almost 159 million people employed in this country to just a little over 133 million people. So that was a reduction in employment of a little more than 25 million people. Again, from 159 to 133, 25 million people less employed in this nation. Now, the good news, even though the pandemic's still not over, but the vaccine's being delivered, it's being administered, I think the end is in sight, we've already gained 16 million people employed. So now employment stands at 149.7 million people. 150 million people are employed, down about 9 million jobs. 9 million. Okay? So I want you to keep those numbers in mind because they're important. And our unemployment rate stands at 6.7%. By the way, number of people unemployed, according to Bureau of Labor Statistics, is a little bit different calculations, about 10.7. So we're in this, somewhere between 9 and 11 million people are currently unemployed. Now, in the CARES Act, again, which I supported because we had to provide relief, we did provide economic impact payments, what Senator Hawley wants to just duplicate. No changes, no modifications, no further targeting. What those economic impact payments were is about $275 billion to 166 million people. And remember, 25 million people lost their jobs. We sent out checks to 166 million people, averaging about $1,673 per person. What's maybe a more relevant figure is how many households did we send those checks to? We sent them out to about 115 million households, about $2,400 per household. So again, $275 billion to 115 million households. Now that was about 4.5 more households than the number of jobs lost. Today, with only 9 million jobs lost, not only, I mean, that's a big number, it's a big number, okay? I'm not minimizing that, but with 9 million jobs lost, if we just repeat it, send it out to another 115 million households, that's 12.6 times the number of jobs lost. And if we double it, it goes from $275 billion to $550 billion. That's a $500 billion. And I know a trillion doesn't sound like much anymore. Seems like hundreds of billions seem more, but now we're dealing in $1 or $2 trillion. It's pocket change, apparently. I think it's important to ask, well, how was that money spent? Was it really spent on essentials? Was this money really needed? Was there any hope of actually that money being stimulative to our economy? Well, we have one study from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. They issued it on October 13th of 2020. What they did is, since 2013, they've been sending out an internet national survey to 1,300 households called the Survey of Consumer Expectations. And with COVID, they decided to send out 2 special surveys, one in June and one in August. And here's what those survey results said. Of the $2,400 per household in the June survey, 18% of that $275 billion was spent on essential items. 8% was spent on non-essential. 3% on donations. For a total of 29% spent is what they call the marginal propensity to consume, 29%. The other 71%, equally divided, 36% of that was saved, so our nation's savings rate has increased, and 35% went to pay off debt, probably credit card debt. They also asked the same question of what happened to the unemployment payments. Very similar results. 24% of those unemployment payments, the plus up to $600 per week to state unemployment benefits, 24% was spent on essential consumption, 4% on non-essential, 1% on donations for, again, the same percentage, 29% was the marginal propensity to consume from the unemployment payments, 71% for savings and for debt repayment. Now, they've also looked ahead, assuming that we're going to do another round of stimulus checks. This time they asked their respondents, how would you spend $1,500 if you got a check? This time the respondents said they'd spend about 14% on essential consumption, 7% on non-essential, 3% on donations, for a total of 24% would be the marginal propensity to consume, 24%. 76%, again, on savings and debt repayment. So I don't think you can take a look at these direct payments to individuals as stimulative. Obviously, 18 to 24% is spent on essential items. We ought to figure out how to provide that money so that people can spend it on essentials. Again, that's only 18 to 24% maximum. I do want to talk a little bit about past stimuluses. I personally don't believe they do much to stimulate the economy. I think the best way to stimulate the economy is, again, what this administration has done. Lower regulation to a reasonable level. Nobody argues for no regulations. We need a reasonable level. And have a competitive tax system. I fear in next administration we may just repeat the mistakes of the Obama-Biden administration. And here's the proof of their mistakes. Again, remember those employment numbers. Record of about 159 million, currently 150 million people being employed. Well, back during the Great Recession, prior to that, we did have employment of about 146 million people in January 2008. By December 2009, that had dropped to 138 million people employed. But when President Obama took office, he had total control of Congress, a filibuster-proof majority here in the Senate. And within a month, they enacted the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, $787 billion of proposed spending. In February of 2009, there were 141.6 million Americans working, 141.6, and the unemployment rate was 8.3%. Again, it continued to dip to December 2009 when it got down to 138 million. It took us 3 years from February of 2009 to get back to 141.6 million Americans working. And that's with a roughly $800 billion stimulus package that did not work, but it further mortgaged our children's future by another $800 billion. I wish these things worked. A quick aside, part of that American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, again, Democrats had total control, filibuster-proof majority in the Senate. Do you know how much they plussed up state unemployment benefits to help the unemployed? Those 8.3% of Americans? They plussed it up by a whopping $25 per week. And now they're arguing that $300 per week, which I believe is the current proposal, isn't enough. Kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it? So in summary, kind of reviewing these numbers, we currently are at 6.7% unemployment. I don't recall ever in the United States history where we've even begun to think that we should even spend $100 billion to stimulate an economy at 6.7% unemployment. But this is different. We have underemployed. We have families in need. There's no doubt about it. I completely support some kind of program targeted for small businesses so they can reemploy, so they can reopen, to restore capital. Their life savings have been wiped out. I have proposals. They've been ignored. So what I fear we're going to do with this bipartisan package and what the senator from Missouri is talking about is the same thing, a shotgun approach. We will not have learned the lessons from our very hurried, very rushed, very massive earlier relief packages. We're going to just do more of the same, another $1 trillion. It takes our debt from $27.4 trillion to $28.4 trillion in a couple months, with doing virtually no revisions, no improvements. And certainly what the senator from Missouri is talking about in terms of these economic impact payments, no revisions at all. Just spend another $275 billion, send it out to 115 million households, when we are currently at about 9 million jobs less than we were in a record economy before the COVID recession. So for all those reasons, I not only object to what Senator Hawley is proposing here, but I'm certainly lodging my objection to what's barreling through here. The train's left the station on the package that's being negotiated right now that is way too big, that authorizes more money, even though we've got $600 billion is there just for repurposing, no new authorization required. 52 Republicans supported it. But that's not good enough. We've got to throw another $300 to $400 billion on top, which is $300 to $400 billion more that we are mortgaging our children's future without reforms, without targeting. So, Mr. President, I object.
Mr. President.
The objection is heard. The senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I thank the Senator of Wisconsin for his perspective, which I always appreciate, and of course I appreciate working with Senator Johnson on so many issues. On this issue, though, I'm afraid we just are going to have to differ. And I just want to say this: nothing could be more targeted, no relief could be more important than relief for working people. Now, the senator's right. This body has spent trillions of dollars this year alone on COVID relief. We're getting ready to spend apparently another $1 trillion more, and yet working people are told they may be last, if they get relief at all. I don't think the American people understand that. I know people in Missouri don't understand it, and I just urge members of these bodies, go home and try explaining that to the people of your state. Go ahead, just try. Try telling them why this body can bail out the banks. We bailed out the banks to such a tune that now they've got money left over. Now, we're going to take money back because we spent so much on Wall Street and the banks in the first part of this year. That's right. In fact, now I understand that my Democrat colleagues don't want to shut down all of the bank money because who knows what we might be able to do with that in the future. Oh, they're fine. They're more than fine. They're doing great. Now, Wall Street is doing great. Big tech, they're doing great. The big multinational corporations, fantastic. Working people are living in their cars. Working people can't go to the doctor. Working people can't pay their rent. Working people can't feed their children. They should be first, Mr. President, not last. And it is no answer for this body to tell them, go get in an unemployment line. Really? That's the response? Go get in an unemployment line. Now, the working people of this country, frankly, deserve better. They deserve to be the top priority, just like they have made this country the top priority in their lives and their families. This is not the end of this fight, Mr. President. I'm here right now on this floor. Senator Sanders will be back in a matter of hours to ask again for the same measure. Again, I've been proud to partner with him on this effort, and I will keep working with whomever it takes, for however long it takes, until we get the working people of this country relief. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, just 3 days ago, I came to the floor and spoke in honor of the life of Tyler Herndon.
Senator, we are in a quorum call.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, 3 days ago, I came to the floor and spoke in honor of the life of Tyler Herndon, a Mount Holly, North Carolina police officer who lost his life just days before his 26th birthday last week. He was laid to rest this week. Now, 5 days after his murder and 3 days after my remarks, I'm devastated to report another officer in North Carolina has lost his life in the line of duty. Wednesday night, Concord Police Department received a call about a crashed abandoned car on I-85 just outside of Charlotte. Responding officers were alerted that the suspect had attempted to steal a woman's car while she was still in it. Officers Jason Shuping and Caleb Robinson tracked and identified the suspect on foot. As they approached the suspect, he pulled out a handgun and he shot both of these brave officers. Tragically, Officer Shuping died at the scene. Thankfully, Officer Robinson is recovering at the hospital. Officer Shuping was just 25 years old, the same age as the officer we memorialized this week, Tyler Herndon. I'm just devastated by this. These brave officers have begun their careers in law enforcement and had nowhere to go but up. They were serving our community, and they were doing it with honor. We talk a lot about the sacrifice given by law enforcement officers who, day in and day out, are serving our community and putting themselves in harm's way. And it's dispiriting to think that these fallen officers, at the very beginning of their careers, have already made the ultimate sacrifice in the name of public safety and community safety. Families in North Carolina and each of our states are about to endure their first Christmas without their loved ones. We owe so much to these families whose parents, spouses, siblings, children, and grandchildren have given everything in the line of duty. Now, on Tuesday, when I spoke on Officer Herndon, I said that in the next Congress, I would be moving forward with the Protect and Serve Act again. This act increases penalties for people who murder or assault police officers. But in light of another police officer's death, the second one in a week in North Carolina, in the suburbs of just around the corner from where I live, 10 or 15 minutes away, I think we have to elevate the discussion now and send a very clear message to those who would harm police officers. If you do, then there are going to be dire consequences to pay for it. We owe it to the police officers to let them know that Congress cares about them and that we should send this message. This is a simple bill. It only focuses on those who are so brazen that they would murder a police officer in the line of duty, assault them, ambush them, all the things you've seen. Now, 48 murders in this year alone. So the best thing that we can do is just pass this common sense legislation, send the message to these people who are taking away the men and women serving our communities. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Judiciary Committee be discharged from further consideration of Senate 4605 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. Mr. President, the Protect and Serve Act of 2020 that's been offered by my colleague and friend, Senator Tillis, creates a new federal crime that would punish assaults on law enforcement officers, including state and local officers, by up to 10 years and up to life if death results from the offense or the offense involves a kidnapping, attempted kidnapping, or attempt to kill. Mr. President, let me say at the outset that I had a few seconds to communicate with my colleague before this official colloquy on the floor. I sensed in your voice and what you told me, how personal this is to you. This just isn't the killing of a law enforcement officer, which is a tragedy all in itself. It's your neighborhood. It's your community. As you said, some of these officers, you know their families, and it's very personal. And I want to say, first, I offer my condolences to the families and colleagues of Officer Jason Shuping, who lost his life in Concord, North Carolina, and Officer Tyler Avery Herndon, who lost his life in Mount Holly in the line of duty in North Carolina in the last few weeks. These are terrible tragedies. We had a similar situation, of all places, in the Loop in Chicago just a couple of years ago. Commander Paul Bauer, what a spectacular man he was in service to the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. He was murdered in the Loop, and unfortunately his poor young family had to go through the ordeal, not only of the funeral, but also then of the trial of the suspect. I only raise that because Paul Bauer's assailant was successfully prosecuted by the state of Illinois and was given a life sentence just recently, as is the case in most of these situations. To my knowledge, I'd say to the senator from North Carolina, every state, including his own, takes this very seriously and prosecutes cases of harm involving law enforcement officers. The individual responsible for shooting Officer Shuping is dead. If he had lived, he would have been prosecuted for a capital offense in North Carolina. The individual who allegedly shot Officer Herndon has been indicted for first-degree murder in North Carolina. So it raises the question is, why is it necessary to create a federal crime for something already being successfully prosecuted in every state in the nation? Assaults on police officers are already criminalized with enhanced penalties, as they should be. And assaults on federal officers are already federal offenses. I have a lengthy list here, which I will not read to you, of all of the federal statutes that already provide for punishment up to death and life sentence for those federal officers who would be shot or harmed in any way. So let me say this to my friend and colleague from North Carolina. I thank you for standing up on the floor and bringing this matter to our attention. We should never overlook the fact that these men and women serve us selflessly and risk their lives in the process. It's happened here in the Capitol. It happens in every corner of America, sadly. But let's save this for another day. Let's take this up in the new Congress, which is about to start in just a few days. Let's address this issue as well as the issue of how to make the plight of our law enforcement officers safer and more effective. To deal with issues involving that, I think, would be a balanced approach to this, which would serve justice. And for those reasons, I will object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President, I'm obviously disappointed in the objection from my friend and colleague from Illinois, but I do believe that we've got to start recognizing something bad is happening. 48 murders, hundreds of assaults, ambushes, premeditated attacks. I do understand the idea that maybe you could prosecute it through existing law, either federal or state law, but we've got an epidemic of abolish the police, defund the police, marginalizing the police that suggests to me that even if there are pathways now to properly prosecute these brazen criminals, that we've got to cut through some of the rhetoric that honestly I believe is the responsibility for some of these unprecedented numbers on murders and assaults. So although I'm disappointed with the objection today, Mr. President, I look forward to working with my colleague on judiciary and others to do everything we can to pass the Protect and Serve Act and to send a very clear message to these increasingly less safe communities and more threatened law enforcement officers that we're going to do everything we can to make our communities safe and to make a police officer's job as safe as it can be. Thank you, Mr. President. I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I'd ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, there's a lot going on, and not enough of some things we really need to going on. But I think it's worth noting, again, lest the moment be lost somehow in all the back and forth and all the chaos, that we have reached a watershed moment in the war against COVID-19. As you know, the first successful vaccine was approved last week. I watched online as the Vice President of the United States and his wife received the vaccine, and I applaud them for demonstrating their confidence, which should be all of our confidence, that this vaccine is not only effective but also safe. And in my state of Texas, it's estimated that there will be 1 million people vaccinated by the end of this month. That is a modern medical and logistical miracle. And yesterday, the news keeps getting better. The FDA's expert advisory panel recommended that the agency approve a second successful vaccine, meaning millions more doses over and above the Pfizer vaccine. Millions more doses could be headed out the door in a matter of days, if not hours. So the light at the end of the tunnel is getting bigger and brighter every day. But we're not out of the dark yet. As we know, tragically, more than 300,000 Americans have lost their lives to this virus. Millions have lost their jobs and their livelihood. Countless small businesses have permanently closed their doors. And the devastating impact of the virus across the country is growing day by day. Earlier this year, we were able to come together in 4 separate pieces of legislation in a bipartisan, nearly unanimous manner, and respond with the sort of alacrity and speed and with the scope that I think our constituents expected us to. We didn't exactly know how big we needed to go. We just knew we needed to go big and we needed to go fast. And so we appropriated more than $3 trillion of coronavirus relief. We didn't know how long the virus was going to last. And when we tried to offer additional aid to the American people, unfortunately, the partisan dysfunction that sometimes creeps in, particularly in the days leading up to a national election, prevented us from providing that relief. But the election's over, and it's time for us to do our jobs. Really, we need to build on our past success. The bills culminating in the CARES Act in March bolstered our health care response by making testing free of charge. Remember, that used to be the watchword, what people would continue to say day after day after day, testing, testing, testing. Well, you're not hearing that anymore because testing is ubiquitous. We provided vital funding for hospitals and armed our medical workers with the personal protective equipment they needed to sustain this fight on the front line. We poured funding into research and development of vaccines, therapeutics, and treatments, and by any measure, those efforts have been a success. And while, as I said, the number of people testing positive has gone up pretty dramatically, the death rate has remained much lower than it was in the early days of the virus. And that's because I believe the treatments have improved, the therapeutics are working, and our healthcare providers are learning how to treat people with the virus in ways that are saving lives. The work we did up through March buoyed the workers and families who needed the help with direct payments, bolstered unemployment insurance benefits, and even gave the option to defer student loan payments with no penalty. We knew people needed help, and we acted responsibly, I believe. We also supported our wobbly economy with the assistance from the Main Street businesses through the Paycheck Protection Program and loans for the industries that our state and country rely on. But as time has gone on, much of the funding provided by those bills has run out. As I said, we didn't know in March how long this was going to last, either the public health challenges or the economic challenges associated with it. But we have a better picture of what's needed now, and we need to act and act soon. Money for schools, vaccine distribution, for airlines through no fault of their own are seeing their ridership plummet. They need help. Each of these are worthy of our best efforts to help. And critical provisions that supported everything from unemployment benefits to the Paycheck Protection Program have already lapsed or are within just a few days of doing so. I know people wonder, why does Congress wait so long to the 11th hour to act? Well, call it human nature, call it stubbornness, call it politics, call it what you will, but deadlines do force action, especially here in the Congress. And so I believe we are on the cusp of positive results for the American people. For months now, disagreements on what the next relief bill should look like have stopped us from making progress. Unfortunately, I think it was more about the election and stoking the fears and anxieties of the American electorate in the run-up to the election. I think that's what prevented us from passing additional bills after the CARES Act in March. And then Nancy Pelosi and the House passed the HEROES Act, which everybody recognized, the mainstream media, even Democrats acknowledged it was not going to go anywhere. That was another $3 trillion bill that helped the nascent marijuana industry, provided tax cuts to the wealthy people living in high-tax jurisdictions like New York and San Francisco. It was clearly not designed to pass, but rather to send a message. Well, we knew we needed a targeted bill to send relief to those who needed it most without driving up government spending even higher than necessary. Over these last several months, too much of the discussion is focused on the areas where we disagree. And truthfully, there is no such thing as a perfect bill. You can always find a reason to say no, but I don't believe that's the reason our constituents have set us here. They want us to be responsible. They want us to be careful with their tax dollars, but they do want us to act in their best interest. And by trying to find ways to build consensus, even when we can't agree on everything, to at least agree on the things we agree on, I think they expect us to do that. We all understand that our workers, many people have had the rug pulled out from under them. They had no money coming in the front door. They're worried about paying their rent or mortgage. Their kids are at home going through virtual schooling. I mean, it's tough on a lot of people. It's not so tough if you're a member of Congress and receiving a paycheck. But for millions of our constituents back home, they have been waiting and waiting, and they've been hurting because we have not been able to get our act together. The second round of job-saving Paycheck Protection Program would help a lot, help our small businesses, throw them another lifeline. That was really one of the most popular parts of what we were able to do in March. As the presiding officer will remember, we appropriated $350 billion, and it went in 2 weeks. And so we appropriated another $320 billion to provide loans to small businesses and incentives for them to maintain their payroll so people would have income, and that those small businesses, once we got the virus in the rearview mirror, would still be around and help rebound our economy. In Texas alone, there were 417,000 paycheck protection loans, $41 billion worth. Average loan was $115,000. Although I was on a Zoom call with some of the Texas Bankers Association, and one told me that their smallest loan was $300. I'm sure there's an interesting story behind that. But the point is, this was needed help, and it's run out. And then we need another investment in vaccine distribution. The logistical challenge of getting this vaccine around the country is mind-boggling. But we can see it's already working because of thorough planning and good execution. But they need more money to make sure that we get the job done. And we need to make sure that schools, particularly as people feel more comfortable going back to school in person, that they get additional support so they can bring the children back into the classroom and keep them and teachers and other employees at the school healthy. We know virtual learning has been a disaster, particularly for low-income students. Unfortunately, broadband is not universally available in the United States, and there are parts of my state where as many as a third of the students don't have access to broadband. So how in the world are they going to continue their education? Local officials and state officials have tried to help, leaving parking lots outside of the school library available so you can drive up and gain access to the Wi-Fi from the school, or they've distributed hotspots that if you get access to cellular service, you can actually tie into Wi-Fi, and you can get online and continue your studies. But for many of our young people, these school lockdowns have been a disaster in terms of their education. So we need to we need to do more in that area as well. So, Mr. President, common sense tells you that when you're sitting across the table negotiating with somebody, if 80% of what you are talking about is agreed to, the process should move along pretty quickly, because nobody gets 100% of what they want around here. It's just not possible. And while it's unfortunate it's taken us so long to reach this point, I'm encouraged that maybe, just maybe, now with the deadline for government funding running out tonight at midnight, maybe this is forcing action and a deal is in sight. There's been more bipartisan cooperation and communication over the last several days than there has been in the last several months. A lot of people have put a lot of effort into this on a bipartisan basis, and now the decision is with what we call the four corners. Members of the rank and file members of the House and Senate, we're not going to have a chance to amend this deal. It's going to be proposed by Speaker Pelosi, Democratic Leader Schumer, Leader McCarthy, Majority Leader McConnell, and the White House. So I'm sure it's not going to be perfect. And unfortunately, we will not have a chance to make it better. But I hope that the partisan divisions that have paralyzed Congress for much of the year do not rear their ugly heads in these final hours at this critical stage of negotiations. There's too much at stake for us to go home for the holidays empty-handed. There are too many people hurting, too many people who are anxious. You know, the number of people who have overdosed by self-medicating this since the virus hit, it's at, I think, about 80,000 people, I read, have overdosed just since the virus hit. You can imagine people self-medicating, whether it's with alcohol or drugs, people who are trapped with an abuser, either a spousal abuser or child abuser. Because they're not going to school, their teachers can't look for signs of that abuse and get them help. And reports of child sexual abuse are down 40%. It's not because it's not happening. It's because kids aren't in school where teachers and others can come to their aid. And I can only imagine single mom, say with 3 kids of different ages, at home, trying to continue their education, where she's worried, how do I keep working? Maybe you're an essential worker, so I can pay the bills, put food on the table, pay the rent. Can you imagine the chaos and stress? Well, there's too much at stake for us to go home for the holidays empty-handed. We need to remember we are not here for our benefit. We are here for the benefit of the people we are honored to represent. In my case, 29 million Texans. We have a fiduciary responsibility. We are in a position of trust. They have entrusted us with their welfare. The American people have waited long enough. We can't let them down again. Mr. President, we're on the 5-yard line, and we need to deliver. We need to get this done and get this done soon. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Senator from Illinois.
are we in quorum call?
We are, sir.
Yes, suspend the quorum.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we had a hearing this week in the Immigration Subcommittee of Senate Judiciary, and Senator Blumenthal was there with me and others. And we listened to people from Hong Kong tell the story of what's happening because of the repressive regime in Beijing and what is happening to those in Hong Kong who are demonstrating in favor of democracy. This hearing on the crisis in Hong Kong also raised a lot of questions about the United States, our own immigration and refugee policy toward those who are being persecuted. At the hearing, there was some powerful testimony. I recall one of the witnesses, Mr. Chu, who said that he was aware of students, Chinese students currently in the United States who have already been designated as enemies of the state by China, who, if they are forced to return to China, face prosecution, imprisonment, and who knows. It was a very personal story because these people are friends of his who, through no fault of their own, only speaking out against the regime in Beijing, now face long prison sentences if forced to return to China. I'm amazed as I meet these people from China and Hong Kong at the courage they show. Mr. Chu, for example, had come to the United States, been sent to the United States by his father at the age of 12 because his father had made a practice of helping the Chinese who had demonstrated in Tiananmen Square and providing the equivalent of an underground railroad for them to escape China. And I guess the people in Beijing were on his heels, and so to protect his family, he sent his 12-year-old son to the United States, who's lived here for a number of years, is an American citizen now. This repression and Chinese government meddling in the lives of people of Hong Kong is appalling. Thousands of protesters in Hong Kong have been persecuted for fighting for the liberties that we Americans routinely say we enjoy: freedoms of assembly and speech, the right to vote, due process, and the rule of law. The national security law imposed on Hong Kong by the Chinese Communist Party in June has enabled the ruthless abuse of protesters, political leaders, journalists, and teachers. Despite its name, the national security law is not about security. It's about fear. Fear of the voices in Hong Kong calling for reform of democracy and freedom. I believe my colleagues on both sides of the aisle share my feelings about the crisis in Hong Kong. But the question today is, what are we willing to do about it? Last week, on a unanimous voice vote, the House of Representatives passed the bipartisan Hong Kong People's Freedom and Choice Act, which would grant temporary protected status to Hong Kong residents currently in the United States and provide an opportunity for refugee status to Hong Kongers facing persecution. At Wednesday's Judiciary Committee hearing, we received a clear message. Congress needs to pass Hong Kong People's Freedom and Choice Act in the Senate now. We can do it. In fact, we can do it today. Think about the message it would send from the United States to Hong Kong and to the world if we sent this bill to the President's desk to be signed into law. It's bipartisan. It was unanimous in the House. It's timely, and it addresses a real problem. Under the bill, Hong Kong will be designated for TPS for 18 months. To qualify for TPS status, eligible Hong Kongers currently in the U.S. would need to first clear a criminal history and national security screening and pay a $360 filing fee. Some of the critics have said, we can't trust the Chinese in the United States. They may be spies. That is why we required under the TPS that anyone applying for this TPS status has to go through a criminal background check and a national security screening. I want America to be safe. We all do. But just to categorically say that if you're from China or from Hong Kong, you're a suspicious character and we don't want you to stay here isn't fair. It isn't realistic. 6,700 people are here now legally in the United States from Hong Kong and China, and they were admitted to the United States under standards and investigations. They're students at our universities, for example, and they would qualify for this important temporary humanitarian protection so that they aren't forced to return to a literally dangerous situation. TPS can be granted by the president if he wishes, but the Trump administration has failed to protect Hong Kongers in need. This bill also establishes expedited refugee and asylum access for qualified individuals and their family members. This would enable persecuted Hong Kongers to register with any U.S. embassy or consulate or with the Department of Homeland Security if they're in the U.S. Refugees and asylees would be required to meet all legal requirements and pass background checks before being granted status in the United States. That is just not a minor administrative chore. We're serious about it. If you want to come to the United States as a refugee or asylee, we do everything we can to make certain that you are no danger to anyone in the United States. The refugee policies of this outgoing administration have put at risk Hong Kongers who are fleeing Chinese persecution, not to mention millions of other vulnerable refugees. Since the enactment of the Refugee Act of 1980, the United States has resettled on average 80,000 refugees a year. That's our annual average since 1980. However, in the midst of the worst refugee crisis in history, the current Trump administration has set record low refugee admissions figures for 4 years in a row, culminating in the lowest level in history this year, 15,000, from 80,000 to 15,000. How many refugees has the United States admitted from Hong Kong in the last year? 0, not one. When you look at what the Communist Chinese Party is doing in China, threatening these demonstrators who are marching in the streets for things that we say over and over again are the underpinnings of our democracy, and to think that we have not granted one single person in Hong Kong refugee status, it's hard to imagine. The Trump administration has decimated legal protections for Hong Kongers and other innocent victims of persecution. For example, under a rule issued last week, Hong Kongers could be denied asylum if they transit other countries on the way to the United States. If persecutors detained them for only a brief period, or persecutors were not able to carry out their threats before the activists fled. According to the testimony of the Hong Kong Democracy Council Executive Director Samuel Chu on Wednesday, I mentioned him earlier, the people most immediately at risk in Hong Kong are the approximately 10,000 individuals who've been arrested by the Chinese government crackdown. Make no mistake, we know what the Chinese Communist Party is up to. These concentration camps, they call them re-education camps, that they have created for people of the Muslim religion, we know what they're doing. They characterize them in many different ways, but we've seen this throughout history. And the question is, what are we going to do about it? We're going to protest what's happening to the people in Hong Kong, but will we take one step, even one small step, to provide them security and safety? Not all of them are going to wish to leave Hong Kong, I understand that. Some of them can't. Some of them may receive assistance from another country. The British Prime Minister has offered overseas passports to up to 3 million Hong Kongers. The Australian government has stepped in with visa options to students and workers from Hong Kong. Canada announced multiple new immigration measures supporting Hong Kong residents, including measures to help Hong Kong students in Canada. I have a basic question. What are we going to do? You hear this about the British stepping up, the Australians stepping up, the Canadians stepping up. Where is the United States? This is our chance today. Senator Blumenthal is going to make a unanimous consent request to actually have the United States do something. One country cannot take in all the refugees from Hong Kong, nor should it be asked to. But surely the United States of America, the most powerful nation on earth, we hope a model for democracy in the world, cannot protest what's happening to the innocent people of Hong Kong and the repressive regime of Beijing and then do nothing. Passing the Hong Kong People's Freedom and Choice Act is urgently needed. The situation continues to deteriorate. We need to do it and do it quickly. We need to protect Hong Kongers in need. Think about the message that sends to the world if the United States agrees with Senator Blumenthal's request today, passes the measure that's already passed the House of Representatives, and it becomes a policy of this land. How will the Chinese government pass that off as insignificant when all of these countries are basically saying their treatment of the people in Hong Kong is abominable? We should act quickly. The Senate Judiciary Committee has failed to raise another bill, Hong Kong Safe Harbor Act, sent to it 6 months ago. So they've had their opportunity in the committee to do something. Under a Democratic majority, the House did their job, acted quickly with a bipartisan bill. We've seen a lot of speeches from both sides of the aisle about how mad we are at the Chinese government. The question today in the next few minutes is, are we mad enough to do something? Do something significant. I ask the Senate to join the House in passing the Hong Kong People's Freedom and Choice Act now. Let's send this bill to the President and send a strong message to the people of Hong Kong that they are not in this alone. How fortunate I am to have a colleague like Dick Blumenthal. We see eye to eye on this issue. He jumped on the measure and said he wanted to move on it, and I thought, darn, I wish I'd have been the first one. But I'm happy to accompany him and to be his partner in this effort. I sincerely hope that this is truly bipartisan. If our protest against the Communist Party of China is meaningful and bipartisan, it will be powerful. I yield to my colleague from Connecticut.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really honored to follow Senator Durbin, a staunch and steadfast champion of refugees and immigration reform, who year after year has shown the courage to stand up on this issue and to emphasize a point that he has made. There is an urgency to our acting. There is a sense that time is not on our side for the lives at stake here. The world has watched in horror as China has cracked down on the incipient democracy movement in Hong Kong. We've seen the yellow umbrellas, we've seen the marchers in the streets, and the brutality and the cruelty of the Chinese Communist Party and Chinese authorities using clubs and guns with the kind of thuggishness that has come to characterize the Chinese anti-democracy movement there and around the world. We have an opportunity to take a stand and speak out and do something in defense of the brave protesters who are risking their lives. We've seen this kind of democracy movement before. We know it's in the great tradition of our country to stand with those protesters and those marchers who are saying to the Chinese government, we will not let you break the agreement that you did in 1984 with the United Kingdom to preserve these freedoms and to make Hong Kong an outpost of democracy in the repressive regime of China. We will not let you chip away at our rights or extradite our people to China. That law was the spark that ignited these protests. We will not let you mock our demands for freedom and democracy. The Hong Kong People's Freedom and Choice Act of 2020 was passed unanimously in the House of Representatives. Overwhelming bipartisan support. And it would very simply give those protesters protective status in this country, the greatest nation in the history of the world, saying to them, we will give you a safe harbor. We will give you a place where you can be protected. And remember, what the Chinese are saying is, You can be indicted, you can be arrested, no matter where you are in the world. If you violated our laws, we will bring you back. And we would say to those protesters who are simply demanding fundamental freedoms that often we take for granted here, we will give you protective status. We'll give you temporary protective status right away. We will make sure that you have that safe harbor. Now, I know that my colleagues, Senator Rubio and Senator Menendez, have a bill that's actually called the Hong Kong Safe Harbor Act. We had a hearing on it the other day in the Judiciary Committee. All of my colleagues expressed support for the individuals who came to us asking us to act on that measure. And the Hong Kong People's Freedom and Choice Act of 2020, in fact, would go beyond that measure only to say that you don't have to be formally charged in China. You don't have to be in specific categories of protester. You can be a journalist, and you can get temporary protective status. And it would also say that you don't have to demonstrate individually a fear of persecution, but you do have to be screened. You do have to demonstrate you're not going to be a national security threat. And my colleague, Senator Durbin, is absolutely right to make this point. Nobody wants Chinese spies in this country. There would be a background check and a screening, just as there are for other refugees under this measure. The other day at this hearing, we heard from Samuel Chu and Nathan Law. We heard from Joey Su. These activists are fighting for freedom. We heard their stories, so powerful and moving. Their faces and voices should be heard and heeded in this body. We are far removed here in this sedate setting from the clamor and the cruelty of those streets in Hong Kong where men and women have stood bravely against the physical brutality and force of the Chinese regime. But we should send a message to the world. We're going to stand with those refugees who come here heeding the lady who stands in New York Harbor with a message of hope and freedom. The same lady who many of our forebears in this chamber saw when they came to this country, like my dad in 1935, at the age of 17, alone, seeking to escape persecution in Germany, speaking no English, knowing virtually no one, having not much more than the shirt on his back, but believing that America would offer him the safety of freedom as a refugee. That's our tradition in this country. It goes beyond party, geography, race, or religion. It's what makes America truly great. We are a nation of immigrants and refugees. And my hope is, as I stand here, that we'll have the same unanimity in this body as the House did, despite all the other divisions that persist at this point, that we will have the respect for the moral imperative to act now and make sure that we fulfill the message of America now that's more important than ever before in light of the repressive regimes, even in our own region, whether it is Venezuela, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, where we can say to the world, we're going to stand by our principles and we're going to do it now because of the urgency of this moment and the need of these refugees for temporary protective status. Let us act now. And so, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I asked unanimous consent that the Judiciary Committee be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 8428 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered and read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, today we have good news and bad news. The good news is that our Democratic colleagues are finally discovering that the Chinese communists are not our friends. They are finally acknowledging that the Chinese communists are murdering, torturing, oppressive tyrants. And our Democratic colleagues are likewise discovering that Hong Kong is a beacon for democracy, a beacon for liberty. That is indeed good news. The bad news is the bill that they have put forth is not designed to do anything about it. This is not a Hong Kong bill. It is instead a Democratic messaging bill because House Democrats made, I think, a cynical decision to try to exploit the crisis in Hong Kong to advance their long-standing goals on changing our immigration laws. It is not news to anyone who has been watching the political battles of recent years to discover that our Democratic colleagues embrace open borders, that when it comes to illegal immigration, their preference is to make all immigration legal. This bill advances that long-time partisan political agenda that the Democrats have. When it comes to standing up for Communist China, for 8 years I have led the fight in this Senate to stand up to Communist China. China is, I believe, the single greatest geopolitical threat facing the United States for the next century. In October of last year, I traveled to Hong Kong as part of a Friends and Allies tour throughout Asia, met with the Hong Kong dissidents, these brave young students standing in the streets, standing for freedom, standing up against Chinese tyrants. I did a satellite interview on an American Sunday show from Hong Kong, dressed in all black, in solidarity with those protesters, because Hong Kong today is, as I've said many times, the new Berlin. It is the front line in the battle against communist tyranny. This bill, however, is not designed to fix that problem. Right now, today, under current law, individuals in Hong Kong are already eligible to become refugees under our immigration law. In fact, in July, President Trump explicitly expanded the number of refugee slots available and allocated to Hong Kong. This bill instead is designed, and it would dramatically lower the standards for both refugee and asylum status to the point where individuals would qualify even if they cannot establish an individualized and credible fear of persecution. The senator from Connecticut just listed that as a virtue of this bill, that no longer would you have to establish a credible fear of persecution. Instead, this bill would dramatically lower that standard. There's no reason to lower that standard, and there is particular risk when doing so we know would be used by the Chinese communists to send even more Chinese spies into the United States. Now, the senator from Connecticut assured us, well, don't worry, we'll do a background check. Well, Mr. President, the last I checked, when the Chinese communist government sends spies into our country, they're quite willing to concoct a bogus background portfolio of materials. Who do you think the Chinese government would be seeing coming in? We just recently had news of Chinese spies targeting members of Congress, targeting prominent Democrats. This is an espionage threat America faces, of our adversaries taking advantage of our laws and targeting our leadership. The truth also is that China has confiscated passports, and I'm told stop issuing exit visas to persons deemed problematic. As a result, China is highly unlikely to let actual dissidents leave Hong Kong. So this bill isn't directed to help them. But I will say this: we urgently need to have a real, substantive, bipartisan conversation about countering the Chinese Communist Party, about defending the United States of America, about standing up and winning this battle. This bill doesn't advance that objective, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to give our Democratic colleagues the opportunity to actually support legislation that would stand up to China. And so momentarily, I'm going to ask unanimous consent for one bill and discuss a second bill that I also later intend to ask unanimous consent to pass. But first, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, I really regret this attack on a bill that was passed unanimously. Republicans, unanimously. Democrats, unanimously. A bipartisan bill by the House of Representatives. If my colleagues are serious about moving a bill to the desk of the president, only this bill will do it. Because only this bill has been passed by the House of Representatives. And there is an urgency to this cause. For the sake of these refugees who haven't been permitted to leave their country, haven't been sent by China, haven't simply come into this country as potential espionage agents. They've come here because they've fought for freedom in their country. So to say that we have discovered that we need to stand up to China, sorry about that, but just preposterous. I yield to the senator from Illinois.
I'd like to ask a question through the chair. Isn't it true that this bill that we are promoting, that just passed the House unanimously on a bipartisan basis, also protects the 6,700 Chinese who are here in the United States in status like student visas from being forced to return to Hong Kong when our State Department is warning Americans it's unsafe for them to travel to Hong Kong? Is that not true?
The senator from Illinois is absolutely right, and I was just going to, as a matter of fact, make that point because I think it is central to the objection that's been raised. In fact, the people in danger here are already here. They're in danger if they're sent back, as they would be without that temporary protected status. So that point, I think, refutes essentially the argument that's just been made by our colleague from Texas.
If the senator yields further for a question, and this notion that the Chinese in the United States are all suspect spies, is that the point you want to make? Is that really the point you want to make? Do we have background checks involved here? Do we have screening involved here? We're all intent on keeping America safe. But to categorize a group of people as all potential spies, and therefore they're going to all be fed to the lions of Beijing if they're returned, seems to me to be fundamentally unfair and not consistent with what America has learned about immigration. There were suspicions in World War II about all those people coming from Europe, and they were turned away, and many of them to their death. We can't make that mistake again. If there is any suspect person, there is a way to determine that with screening, criminal background checks, and the like. So the 6,700 who are here, they told at the hearing, I think you were there, maybe a minute or two before you arrived. One of them is a student at Georgetown, for example, who now has a price on his head from the Chinese Communist Party. And the question is whether we're going to force him to return into imprisonment. I don't think we want anyone who is suspect of spying on the United States at all. But to dismiss all of these people as possible spies, that doesn't sound to me, does it sound to you as consistent with who we are as a people?
To answer the senator from Illinois very directly, it is totally antithetical to the principles of democracy in the United States of America. It is totally abhorrent to the values of our constitutional nation. And it is, frankly, absurd. Here we are, according to my colleague from Texas, standing up, being tough on China, and we're doing what? We're sending back their opponents so they can imprison them and kill them. That's the notion of being tough on China, to enable them to imprison and kill their political opponents. I ask my colleague from Texas to rethink the practical implications of this measure and to consider why the House of Representatives unanimously passed this step. It doesn't lower the standards for political refugees coming to this country. It doesn't eliminate any security checks. It takes people, many of them living here already, not spies by any means, and sends them back to the meat grinder of the Chinese repressive Communist Party. It may sound like good rhetoric to oppose this bill, but my colleague from Texas heard the testimony of these freedom fighters and why they need temporary protective status, why they support a safe harbor. And so I continue to insist that this bill, like the Rubio-Menendez bill, protects essential American values. And I ask him to reconsider his objection.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
My colleague from Connecticut just said that they were being tough on China. As I explained, this bill is not being tough on China. But a bit of good news, they will have the opportunity moments from now to, in fact, be tough on China. I've introduced roughly a dozen separate pieces of legislation designed to do exactly that, to stand up to the Chinese Communist government. And I'm glad also to see my Democratic colleagues discovering the human rights travesties that are playing out in China. Look, my family knows the oppression of communist governments. My father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. My aunt, my tia Sonia, was imprisoned and tortured by Fidel Castro's thugs. So when it comes for standing for dissidents, there's a reason why for 8 years I've gone to the Senate floor over and over and over again, speaking up for dissidents that are being tortured and oppressed by communists. And here's a chance for the Democrats to join us in that regard. 2 separate bills that I've introduced that I'm going to discuss. The first is a bill called the Script Act. For years, we have known that China's surveillance state and censorship practices are used to maintain its human rights violations. And what this devastating pandemic has shown us is that China's surveillance state and its censorship practices are also a profound threat to our national security, to our public health, and to our public debate, as the Chinese government hid information about the COVID-19 pandemic that began in Wuhan, China, hid it for months on end, and allowed millions across the globe to be threatened, their lives and health and safety to be threatened. And in addition to their espionage activities, The Chinese Communist Party invests billions into spreading propaganda, even using American media outlets, telecommunication infrastructure, movies, and sports teams to spread their propaganda, from buying media outlets so that they broadcast propaganda into America, to coercing Hollywood studios and sports leagues to self-censor by threatening to cut off access to one of the world's largest markets. The Chinese Communist Party spends billions and billions of dollars to mislead Americans about China and to try to shape what we see, what we hear, and think. All of these activities are part of China's whole-of-state approach to amass influence around the world through information warfare. And we need to stand together to stop it. That's why I will be momentarily asking for unanimous consent on the SCRIPT Act, which would cut off Hollywood studios from the assistance they currently receive from the U.S. federal government if those studios allow the Chinese Communist government to censor what they're producing. We've seen this pattern over and over and over again, Hollywood being complicit in China's censorship and propaganda in the name of bigger profits. Bohemian Rhapsody, wonderful biopic of Freddie Mercury, story of the band Queen. Well, the Chinese government was upset that Freddie Mercury was homosexual and demanded that Hollywood censor out scenes that showed that Freddie Mercury was homosexual. And Hollywood, those great woke social warriors that they are, compliantly said, we're more interested in the money than in artistic integrity, than in telling Freddie Mercury's story, so the Chinese government will happily edit out those scenes. Doctor Strange, another movie, comic book movie, in Doctor Strange, they changed the Ancient One's character from being from Tibet, which is how it's portrayed in the comic book, to Celtic. Because, you know, the Chinese communist censors, they don't want to recognize Tibet, another area that has been subject to persecution and oppression from China, and Hollywood meekly complied. In the sequel to Top Gun, the back of Maverick's jacket, if you remember the first Top Gun, maybe the greatest Navy recruiting film ever made, the back of Maverick's jacket, you find the Taiwanese flag and the Japanese flag. The Chinese censors didn't like that, and so Hollywood meekly removed the flags. What does it say to the world when Maverick is scared of the Chinese communists? And I would point out, unfortunately, the Chinese censorship is being carried out by Hollywood billionaires who are getting richer in the process. In recent days, it's been reported that one of Joe Biden's top potential choices to be ambassador to China is the former CEO of Disney, who happens to be a major Democratic donor. Disney just came out with the movie Mulan. In the movie Mulan, which the director described as, quote, a love letter to China. Well, this love letter wasn't subtle, because right in the credits at the end of Mulan, they thank the oppressive government forces who are running concentration camps right now with over 1 million Uyghurs imprisoned. Disney gleefully thanked the jackbooted thugs that are carrying out torture and murder, and apparently the leader of that effort is one of the top candidates to be America's ambassador to China. Well, the senator from Illinois, the senator from Connecticut said, we need to stand with people who are oppressed. I agree. Look, Hollywood could say whatever they want, but there's no reason the federal government should facilitate their censorship on behalf of the Chinese communists. And the SCRIPT Act simply says if you're going to let the Chinese communists censor your movies, you're not going to get access to the jet planes and to the ships and all the different material of the federal government that is used in movies. Moments ago, the senator from Connecticut said they want to be tough on China. Well, we're about to see how tough they are on China. I will happily yield for a question.
Can you tell me, if you were successful and if you hit Hollywood hard, how that provides any solace to the 6,700 Chinese and Hong Kong students in America who are facing the deportation back to prison in China?
Senator from Illinois asked a question. Let me tell you how it provides solace. Because people who are in hellholes, they listen to what we're saying. People who are in hellholes, they hear the voice. You know, some time ago, I had the chance to sit down with Natan Sharansky, the famed Soviet dissident. He and I sat down and visited in Jerusalem. And Natan told me about how when he was in a Soviet gulag, that in the cells, from cell to cell, they would pass notes. Did you hear what Ronald Reagan said? The Soviet Union is an evil empire. Marxism, Leninism will end up on the ash heap of history. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. And I'll tell you how people here, because the senator from Illinois will remember, I introduced legislation to rename the street in front of the Chinese embassy in the United States, Liu Xiaobao Plaza, after Liu Xiaobao, the Nobel Peace Laureate, who was, let me finish answering your question. If you want to propound a second one, I'm happy to answer that one too. Liu Xiaobao was the Nobel Peace Laureate wrongfully imprisoned in China. And the strategy of renaming the street in front of the embassy is a strategy Reagan employed, renaming the street in front of the Soviet embassy Sakharov Plaza. Twice I stood on this floor seeking unanimous consent, and twice a Democrat, the senior senator from California, stood up and objected. And at one point, the senior senator from California said, well, if we do this, it will embarrass the Chinese government. To which I responded, you are understanding correctly, and that's not a bug, it's a feature. That is the purpose. And let me tell you what happened to that. Twice, Democrats objected to the legislation. I then placed a hold on President Obama's nominees to the State Department. And the Obama administration came to me and said, how can we move these nominees forward? How can we move them forward? I said, it's very simple. Pass my legislation and I'll lift the hold. The Democratic caucus didn't like that, but they ultimately agreed. And so the legislation I introduced to rename the street in front of the Chinese embassy, Liu Xiaobao Plaza, passed this body unanimously. Now, ultimately, the House didn't take it up and pass it up, but I'll tell you how that story ends. That story ends in 2017 when I was sitting down with Rex Tillerson for breakfast at Foggy Bottom, the new U.S. Secretary of State, and when he spoke to his Chinese counterparts, he said, they have come back and said among their top 3 diplomatic objectives with us is stop your bill to rename the street in front of the embassy. They are terrified by the sunlight and sunshine on the dissidents. At the time, Liu Xiaobao had passed, but his widow, Liu Xia, was still in China, still wrongfully held back. And I told Secretary of State Tillerson, I said, I'll tell you what, you tell the Chinese, if they release Liu Xia, if they let her get out, I'll stop pressing this particular bill. And if they don't, I'll keep pressing it and we'll pass it again because we've already done it. Within weeks, China released Liu Xia. So you ask, how does this help the people in prison? By not having Hollywood media moguls spreading Chinese propaganda. But let me give you a second choice, very directly. You want to know how people are helped? A second bill called the SHAME Act, which, if our Democratic colleagues want to be tough in China, we could pass right now. What does the SHAME Act do? The SHAME Act focuses in particular on human rights atrocities. It focuses on over 1 million Uyghurs in concentration camps and other religious minorities and the Falun Gong practitioners who are captured and murdered and whose organs are harvested. And the Chinese Communist Party engages in yet another horror. My Democratic colleagues like to say on the question of abortion they are pro-choice. Well, the Chinese Communist government right now is engaging in forced sterilizations and forced abortions, taking Uyghur mothers and forcing them to abort their children against their wills. Whatever the Democrats' views on abortion in the United States as a matter of a woman's choice, surely they must be united in saying a government forcing a woman to abort her child, to take the life of her unborn child, is an unspeakable atrocity. So the SHAME Act does something very simple. it imposes sanctions on the Chinese Communist government leaders responsible for implementing this horrific 1984-style policy of forced sterilizations and forced abortions. Now, I had intended to seek unanimous consent for the SHAME Act as well, but my Democratic colleagues have said they're not yet able to find a Democrat to object, although my understanding is they intend to. I hope they reconsider that. A terrific ending for today's debate would be passing the SHAME Act and saying we're all standing together against forced abortions and grotesque human rights violations. Maybe that will happen, maybe it won't. But let's find out where we are on the question of the SCRIPT Act.
The senator from Connecticut.
Reserving the right to object. I think we've gone a little bit far afield from the
That's it. Okay.
6 pro-democracy activists living abroad.
From Connecticut, I have not yet yielded the floor, and I'm about to ask the unanimous consent, so.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S. 3835 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that this bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reserving the right to object on the SCRIPT Act, which I understand is the only measure so far on which the senator from Texas is seeking unanimous consent. Very simply, he knows, I know, we all know, that measure will never reach the president's desk. There's simply no way it can pass both houses of Congress in the next few days before the end of this Congress. The only way we can do something for the freedom fighters and democracy advocates in communist China is to pass this measure that he has objected to, which has unanimously passed the House of Representatives. Only H.R. 8428 offers that opportunity. And frankly, only this measure that he's objected to does anything for the dissidents or the democracy advocates or the freedom fighters directly. He's talking about movies. We're talking about human lives. He can draw all the kind of hypothetical connections between the so-called movie moguls in Hollywood and China, but I think his SCRIPT Act actually works against the goal that he is advocating. Censorship in China is a legitimate concern, no question about it, and I would welcome the opportunity to work with him on a bill that does something about it. But actually, his bill not only takes away the support for the movies that may be made, it takes away support from documentaries about the repressive regime in China, it takes away classification and other security screening that is necessary for those kinds of movies to be shown in this country. I think that kind of obstacle may be inadvertent on his part, but I welcome the chance to work with him on a bipartisan bill, a truly bipartisan bill that, in fact, in the next Congress could reach the president's desk. This one that he's offering, the SCRIPT Act, goes nowhere. But I just want to bring us back to the reality that really is at issue here. Just last Wednesday afternoon of this week, 2 of the activists among the 6 pro-democracy fighters living abroad, charged under China's new national security law were before our committee. I'm wondering what they are thinking when they hear my colleague from Texas pounding the table about being tough on China, but objecting to a bill that guarantees them protection. As I say, I'm talking about their lives and tens of thousands of others. I'm not talking about movies. I'm not talking about Hollywood moguls. Let's stand up for the lives of those Chinese, Hong Kong freedom fighters now in this country seeking protection through a bill passed unanimously by the House of Representatives, the only bill that will go to the President's desk if we approve it. Thank you.
Is there objection? The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
3 brief observations. Number 1, the senator from Connecticut said multiple times that the House bill in question passed the House unanimously. I am sure this is inadvertent, but what the senator from Connecticut said is simply wrong. It passed the House by voice vote, which is a very different thing from passing unanimously. It simply means the vote tally was not recorded. Secondly, the senator from Connecticut said the Script Act is not going to pass this Congress. Well, that appears to be correct, but that is for one reason and one reason only, which is the final 2 words uttered by the senator from Connecticut. I object. Quite literally by doing nothing, quite literally by giving the identical speech he had just given and then closing his mouth before those final 2 words. Had that occurred, the Script Act would have passed this body unanimously. So the only reason the Script Act isn't passing is because the Senate Democrats are objecting. And it should not be lost on anybody that the Hollywood billionaires who are enriching themselves with this Chinese propaganda are among the biggest political donors to today's Democratic Party in the entire country. Senator from Connecticut said, well, the Script Act might make it possible to have documentaries on the human rights abuses in China. Oh, really? That argument staggers the mind. It so defies reality because you know what? Hollywood doesn't make movies about the human rights abuses in China. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to meet Richard Gere. Now, Richard Gere is not someone you would ordinarily imagine palling around with a conservative Republican from Texas, but Richard Gere was up here. He was up here actually standing up against Chinese abuses and urging anyone who would listen, Republican or Democrat, to stand with him. Do you know Richard Gere has not made a single major Hollywood movie in a decade? Why? Because he dared stand with Tibet. And the Hollywood billionaires blackballed Richard Gere. If you speak out for Tibet, if you do what the senator from Connecticut just suggested and discuss the Chinese human rights abuses, it doesn't matter that Richard Gere used to be an A-list Hollywood blockbuster actor. Boom, his career's dead because no studio will produce a movie with him because he spoke the truth. And by the way, my bill presents 0 barriers to someone actually making a documentary on the human rights abuses in China because presumably if you're making that documentary, you wouldn't allow the Chinese Communist government to censor it. I don't know what kind of documentaries the senator from Connecticut is familiar with, but I'm not familiar with documentaries done on tyrants in concentration camps where you let the concentration camp guards edit out the stuff they don't like. That ain't a documentary. Senator from Connecticut said perhaps we can work together in a bipartisan manner to address this. I hope so. Standing together against the oppression of the Chinese communists would be a very good thing for the United States Senate. It'd be a very good thing for our country. Unfortunately, at least today, that hasn't yet happened. I yield the floor.
The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, the only ones happy with the outcome of today's debate are the Chinese government. And I regret this outcome because there probably was a time when we would have cooperated in a bipartisan way on both of these measures. And it may not have been unanimous. There may have been a few contrary votes in the House, but clearly it came here with bipartisan support. And I regret that the outcome today is not bipartisan agreement to protect those freedom fighters who came before the Judiciary Committee and who have risked their lives. This issue is not going away. It will be back because, fortunately, the activists from Hong Kong will persist in their fight. And we ought to do everything we can to make sure they have a safe haven in this country and that they are protected here. So my closing plea to my colleague from Texas is that maybe there remains time, even in this session. But if not, we need to take a stand as a nation against Chinese censorship, against repression by the Chinese, and come together and work together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
First thing I'd like to do is comment on the discussions we just had. You know, I've been up here a little less than 2 years, and the thing that surprises me is invariably the Democrats won't stand up against the Communist Party of China. The case that we're dealing with now is, you know, they don't want to, they're going to stand up for Hollywood rather than rights that we have here that I'm going to talk about in a second. Whether, we ought to be standing up against people, Communist China Party stealing our jobs, our technology, attacking, Communist Party for what they've done to Uyghurs, for organ harvesting, for taking away the basic rights of Hong Kong citizens. And invariably, I watch my Democrat colleagues, they won't stand up against Communist China. I don't understand it. This is a party that clearly wants to dominate our society, our way of life. They are completely disagree with our way of life. And I want to thank Senator Ted Cruz for his continued fight for rights, for all the rights that we have in this country, but fighting for those rights so people whether in Hong Kong or in Communist China or in Taiwan, have the same freedoms that we have. So I want to thank Senator Ted Cruz for showing up today and doing this. Today, what I'm going to talk about is religious freedom. Religious liberty is our first freedom under the Constitution of the United States. Americans have the right to freely exercise religion, a sacred right that I will always fight for. There is no pandemic exception to the First Amendment. Unfortunately, we've seen liberal governors and mayors across the country use the coronavirus pandemic to go after churches, synagogues, mosques, and other houses of worship. For months, they've argued that houses of worship should not meet and congregants could not sing. They've condemned in-person worship services as a threat to public safety, all while they applaud massive political protest. We saw it happen right here in the nation's capital. Mayor Bowser refused to grant a waiver to the Capitol Hill Baptist Church for religious gatherings, but supported mass protests that violated her own orders. The church had to sue the city in federal court for the right to gather, and the court ruled in favor of the church. It's simply hypocritical and unconstitutional to target religious institutions while letting other businesses operate. We know those on the left will take every opportunity to infringe on Americans' First Amendment rights, but we won't let it happen. This year has been challenging, and for many of us, our faith and our community have helped us through it. Government doesn't have the right to take this away from American citizens. I'm proud to lead a resolution today with 15 of my colleagues to call out those who have wrongly tried to prevent Americans from practicing their faith. This is about rights granted to Americans under our Constitution. What's the one thing every American believes in and has agreed to uphold is our Constitution, which we have each sworn to uphold as elected officials also. We each took the same oath of office. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter, so help me God. There is no reason anyone should object to upholding our Constitution. I will always fight for the religious liberty of all Americans, and I look forward to my colleagues passing this important resolution today. However, I now am going to wait because I understand one of my Democrat colleagues is going to come object to upholding the Constitution and the First Amendment, the Bill of Rights. It's just shocking to me.